Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Would the clerk please call the roll? Here. Here.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Present. Here.
Good evening. We're starting a little early this evening because we are moving into closed session. We are going to be voting to convene into closed session at 6:35 this evening to be briefed on City Council safety protocols and emergency plans. The meeting will be closed pursuant to General Provisions Article 3-305B10 to discuss public security. If the public body determines that public discussion would constitute a risk to the public or to the public security, including I, the deployment of fire, police services and staff, and/or II, the development and implementation of emergency plans. For the purpose of the council, we've added additional language to the closed session closed session statement that I would like to make sure that we have a motion to approve its inclusion. This language further specifies the potential security risks and justifications for the closed session. And I'll read it as follows. The City Council finds that discussing security protocols is essential for the City Council to identify and address potential risks supporting the safety and well-being of the community. Because these discussions involve sensitive information, the Council, in accordance with the Maryland Open Meetings Act, is holding this discussion in closed session to prevent compromising security. Specifically, risks include revealing security protocols in public that would allow individuals with malicious intent to exploit weaknesses or gaps in the city's safety measures. Disclosing emergency response plans may make it easier for potential threats to circumvent or undermine those procedures. Sharing details about vulnerabilities or areas of concern could increase the risk of targeted attacks or disruption. Public discussion of sensitive information may inadvertently expose confidential data related to personnel, infrastructure, or technology, putting the community at greater risk. Would someone like to move for inclusion of that language in tonight's closed session statement?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert, for moving. Thank you, Councilmember Dabala, for seconding. All those in favor of the inclusion of this language, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any abstain? All right. So now we are going to be voting to go into closed session, and it is based on the amended closed session statement, which is noted on the agenda to include the agreed upon findings that specifically call out the risk associated with not proceeding in a closed session. Would someone like to move for us to convene in closed session?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanzak, for seconding. All those in favor of moving forward with closed session, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, we are going to be moving into closed session. Council will reconvene in the auditorium at 7:30 for our regularly scheduled meeting. Thank you all. Good evening, everyone. We are reconvening our meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council. We've already conducted our roll call for this meeting and just completed a closed session to be briefed on City Council safety protocols and emergency plans. And so with that, we're going to move forward with our agenda for this evening. The first item is just going to run through our agenda for this evening and for the next couple of weeks. This evening, we will have our legislative update. We'll be joined by Ann Seacott, our legislative advocate. We have two items on the consent agenda this evening. The first is the ordinance rescinding ordinance 2025-35, prior approval of purchase of two EV pickup trucks, and the ordinance approving the purchase of two replacement EV pickup trucks. We will also have a voting session this evening. The item is a first reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 8.16, sale of food and drink for the purpose of expanding the types of use agreements the city may use to effectuate the purposes of this chapter as they relate to outdoor cafes. And then we have two work sessions this evening. The first is traffic calming, sidewalk, CIP recommendations, and the second is council term limits. Council term lengths. On Monday, March the 16th through Wednesday, March the 18th is the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference. That'll be in Washington, D.C., and a couple of our council members will be attending. On Monday, March the 16th, the City Council will have a public hearing at 6:30. The public hearing is on the proposed charter amendment regarding council term lengths. On Wednesday, March the 18th, the City Council will have its closed session regarding collective bargaining negotiations. That will be at 6 p.m. Later that evening, on Wednesday, March the 18th, the council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will have our legislative update with Ann Seacott. Three presentations that evening. The first is the update on the mental health pilot program, the police department annual report, the police electric vehicle pilot program. And then we will have voting sessions that evening. The first is a charter amendment resolution regarding council term lengths. The second is the second reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 8.16, sale of food and drink for the purpose of expanding the types of use agreements the city may use to effectuate the purposes of this chapter as they relate to outdoor cafes. And then we will have a work session, the State Highway Administration Priority Letter. On Wednesday, March the 25th, the City Council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. The council will have a legislative update, followed by a voting session, a resolution approving the State Highway Administration Priority Letter. And then we will have three budget presentations that evening. The first is the city manager's overview of recommended FY27 budget. The department budget presentations part 1, which is the administration, the city manager's office, information technology, human resources, finance, city clerk, and communications. We will also have a budget presentation that evening, the capital budget overview, which is the ERR, the fleet procurement facility maintenance reserve. We also have on Monday, March the 30th through Monday, April 6th, is the Montgomery County Public Schools spring break. And as a result of that, on Wednesday, April the 1st, the City Council will not meet. All right, and so with that, we are going to move to our legislative update this evening. I just want to check to see if Ann Seacott is available.
I am here.
Hello,
Good
Ann.
evening, everyone. So we're at the point of session where everything is very unpredictable. We have budget decisions being made, which is a highlight right now, if you will, where the Senate Budget and Tax Committee is making decisions this week or announcing their decisions. They announced some in subcommittee yesterday. Full committee will be meeting again Friday afternoon to make decisions related both to the budget and then what is called the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, where they make other changes that impact the budget one way or the other. So there's nothing significant to report in what's been announced already. We imagine there'll be a lot of things to learn in what they do in the budget and the BRFA on Friday. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for how it might impact the city and residents. Wanted to say the other place where we are in session is we are a week and a half out from the crossover deadline, where Senate bills have to be in the House bills in the Senate. And so what we are seeing is only a small number of bill hearings left, and now we really shift to voting. So committees will be spending a long time voting in committee. The House and the Senate will spend a lot of time voting on things on the floor of the House and Senate. It's a lot of time right now is also being spent negotiating amendments to bills. And so I did want to specifically highlight good cause eviction bill. That bill, in trying to get movement there, we have hit a real significant snag in the Senate. And this is actually where things had ended up last year, where the Senate refused to move the good cause eviction legislation without a caveat that local jurisdictions would have to basically choose between good cause and vacancy control. And so because rent stabilization and vacancy control exist in Montgomery and Prince George's counties, which are two of the major counties that also want good cause, there seems to be, we seem to be at real odds there. It's something I know that local county governments don't want. I don't believe the city wants that choice to have to be made. I think local governments want to be able to make local decisions when it comes to landlord-tenant laws in this way. So we are at a standstill on that right now, with only a week and a half to go before crossover. So I know Delegate Janelle Wilkins is working very hard to see what she's able to get out of the House. And so there's just a lot of negotiating on lots of bills and voting going on right now. So happy to give any specific updates that I might have.
Thank you so much, Anne, for that update. I think it will be important for us to be in communication with Senator Will Smith, because in terms of good cause, I am okay with us moving to a county bill focus, but I am not okay, as was discussed during our D20 conference in December, with trying to impose regulations on rent stabilization laws through the good cause laws. I feel very strongly that they do very different things, and combining the two is actually problematic. So just want to call out that, want to make sure that my colleagues and I, if we have the opportunity to chat with Senator Smith, that we make that point clear. Any other, Councilmember Layman?
Thank you, Ms. Seacott. One quick question. The fate of the legislation that would prohibit the licensure of detention facilities in privately owned buildings that I believe is aimed at the Hagerson facility. Is there any news as to the progress of that legislation and its prospects for enactment?
I will follow up just to see if it's on a voting list yet. A lot of committees have voting sessions scheduled, but not necessarily their lists up. So I will find out about that. I'm sure you're very aware that there's now, the Attorney General is now involved in a lawsuit on that issue as well. And I don't actually know if the bill is necessarily impacted by that. So, but I think that's a very good question, and I will ask around and get back to you on that.
Any other questions? Okay, great. We're going to move to our public comments on voting items. Just as a reminder, for public comments, I'm asking for people to please provide your name, your ward. You will be limited to 3 minutes. I'm asking for everyone to be respectful, no cheering, no booing, and no profanity. With that, in terms of voting items this evening, just as a reminder, we have a consent agenda item. The first is the ordinance rescinding ordinance 2025-35, prior approval of purchase of 2 EV pickup trucks. The second is ordinance approving the purchase of 2 replacement EV pickup trucks. And then those are the consent agenda items. And then the other voting item is the first reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code Chapter 8.16, sale of food and drink for the purpose of expanding the types of use agreements the city may use to effectuate the purposes of this chapter as they relate to outdoor cafes. Do we have any public comments on voting items this evening? Do we have any virtual comments on voting items? Okay. We're going to move on to general public comments this evening. Do I have any general public comments?
Oh, sorry.
You're fine, you're good.
You're interrupting. I don't want to jump the gun on my 3 minutes. Yeah, boy. That looks like it. Yes, that's the start. Yes. Oh, good. That's good resolution. That's fine. Oh, I can read it there too? Yes. Never did this before. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
I can use that too, right? Is that all right?
Yes.
Is that good? Yeah. You steer. Good evening, Paul Hubner, Ward 3. I'll begin. Council adopted Resolution 2022-2, introduced by Councilmember DeBala, states in 2.161.v, and I quote, "When a speaker asks questions or raises a topic during public comments, to the extent possible, acknowledgement or responses will be provided later in that meeting, after the meeting in writing, or at a future meeting in city manager comments." See if it works. There were 2 questions asked at the February 28, 26 council meeting that have not as yet been answered by the council or the city manager. How much has been spent to date on the audit by Stinson of the sexual harassment case against the police department? And when do you expect the audit to be completed? The answer to the first question, how much of our money has been spent, came only after an additional request to the city via a Maryland Public Information Act submission. The PIA asked for all documents related to the Cooper v. Tacoma Park audit. Based on invoices obtained through the Maryland Public Information Act, the total for the Stinson audit is $120,000, $649.50 through January 6th invoice. It's up on the screen if you want to look at the details. There have been additional charges incurred for the 2026 for this audit, and still we do not know the total contract costs. Is this an open-ended contract, or is there a limit to what can be spent? The second question remains, when does the city expect the audit to be completed? And don't forget the overarching questions that have been pending since April of 2025. Why did the city settle this suit for $1 million? And why was Sergeant Thomas Black kept on the police force for more than 2 years after his sexual harassment became public knowledge? And I'd like to ask again, why on earth was this allowed? And hopefully I'll get an answer from somebody, because this is my money, our money, and you owe us an answer by your own resolution. Thank you for your time. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Good evening, Robert Anderson, Ward 3. A complaint was filed in Montgomery County Circuit Court alleging sexual harassment, and retaliation by the Tacoma Park Police. The complaint was settled by the city for $1 million without a hearing. The link to the complaint can be found at Bethesda Today. The actual complaint can be found on the lawyer's website, and this is the address that it can be found. Now I'll note some of the allegations in this complaint, which is in the public record. Names are redacted. A short synopsis is that a dispatcher reported that Police Sergeant Z had sexually harassed her. The department covered it up and then targeted the dispatcher through a campaign of intimidation. Harasser Z told the dispatcher that he and his wife take part in a swinger lifestyle. Z showed her inappropriate videos and pictures of his wife. More than once, Z approached the dispatcher while she was alone and invited her to join him at a swingers club. Z's behavior interfered with the effective operation of the department. For example, Z was with the dispatcher and overheard a call from a resident reporting cars parked on his street. Z directed the dispatcher not to dispatch an officer, but to let it sit, and then continued to talk about his personal life. The cars were later found to have been stolen. The dispatcher learned that the female police officers and civilian employees had written a letter expressing solidarity and refusing to work in shifts with Z. Both groups had reported that they would feel unsafe working with Sergeant Z. Z was finally suspended. However, he returned to duty May 22, 2023. On May 26, the police held an award ceremony and presented the harasser with an award. After Z had been suspended, officers on his team began to treat the dispatcher with hostility and wouldn't answer her dispatch calls. When the dispatcher would convey dispatch orders, officers who had previously responded in a timely manner wouldn't move in response to the order. She could see that on her CAD screen. High-ranking officers interrogated her about what she might have worn or done to invite Z's interest. A captain suggested that the dispatcher, who had only the top button of her uniform polo shirt unbuttoned, needed to button all 3 buttons so as not to attract unwanted attention. High-level officers accused her of making false statements, asked why she retained legal counsel, demanded she hand over documents she had shared with her attorneys, and threatened to interfere with an offer of employment she'd received. The dispatcher left the city in late October 23. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you on the council have read this statement, this complaint by your former dispatcher. It's absolutely amazingly just amazing. I can't find the words for it. It wasn't adjudicated in court because the city came to a settlement before that was able to happen. But I would hope that in your looking through the audit is beginning to take a look at some of these issues and will respond in an appropriate manner. As I said, I don't know the veracity of any of them. What I am doing is relating to you what is in the sworn complaint by your former dispatcher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Any other general public comments? Okay, do we have any virtual general public comments this evening? Okay, all right. One thing that I forgot to do, because there was a lot going on, I forgot to read the statement from our last closed summary, the closed summary statement from our closed session on March 5th. And so I do want to read that summary. On March the 5th, 2026, the City Council convened in the Community Center Council Conference Room at 6:37 p.m. to vote to enter into closed session to discuss matters related to the audit concerning the events giving rise to the litigation known as Cooper v. City of Tacoma Park with the city manager, city attorney, and labor attorney. The meeting was closed pursuant to Maryland Code 3-305B1 to discuss personnel matters that affect one or more specific individuals, and 3-305B7 to meet with counsel to obtain legal advice. The meeting was closed to protect the attorney-client privilege and enable the council to discuss personnel matters related to one or more specific individuals. Councilmember Honzak moved to convene the closed session. Councilmember DeBala seconded the motion. The motion carried. Voting for, Mayor Searcy, Councilmembers Landman, DeBala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzak, and Wesselek. Present for the closed meeting were Mayor Searcy, Councilmembers Landman, DeBala, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzak, and Wesselek, City Manager DeSpirito, City Clerk Carpenter, Deputy City Manager Hupty, City Attorney Skip Cornbrooks on Zoom, and Labor Attorney Garrett Wozniak on Zoom. The auditor's confidential and privileged report was discussed, and advice was sought and given by the attorneys. No actions were taken, and no timeline was set for issuing a public report from the council. The meeting was adjourned at 8:10 p.m. The council did not reconvene in open session after the meeting. And so with that, we can move to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Any council comments? Councilmember Schlegel.
Hi, just briefly this evening, I wanted to thank all the Ward 3 residents who've shared views on the term lengths question. I'm trying to write back to each commenter individually, so I might need a couple more days to respond to everyone. Thank you to our commenters this evening. I certainly hear the things you're saying, and I sense your strong concern. The other thing I wanted to mention was regarding stop sign cameras. I've heard from a resident the view that the program was generating false positives, and that in her view it should be discontinued. And I promised to pass that along as we're in this early phase of this pilot, and granted it is a pilot and we're trying to figure out how to make it work well. I'm confident that our staff will keep looking at how the actual system is working and any tweaks that need to be made. I think that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Do you have any other council comments? Councilmember Landman.
Thank you, Mayor Searcy. I want to take a moment to take note of the fact that ICE has opened an office in downtown Silver Spring in the World Building, where people are being called upon to check in who are here with pending asylum claims, and that this presence of ICE so near and nearby to our community is another factor that is creating tension and discomfort for many people in Tacoma Park. And I want to send a special thank you to the local community volunteers who are working day and night to protect and help our immigrant neighbors who have been so negatively impacted by ICE's actions in the state of Maryland. I also want to flag the issue of term lengths to say that many people in Ward 1 have voiced views about this, and to encourage everyone who is interested to please participate in our upcoming public hearing on the 16th, because I think we need to have the maximum amount of public input on this process as it moves forward. And to flag again that, as I've mentioned to my constituents, I have drafted an alternative resolution that would enable us to consider this issue through a referendum in November rather than have a decision made by charter amendment before November. So that will be something that we can discuss in this evening's work session and again during the public hearing potentially. And on the issue of stop sign cameras, if I may, many people have written to complain and many have written to praise the stop sign camera program. And I just want to say that from the standpoint of public safety, it's enormously helpful to have a program like this. Yes, to those who ask, it will generate revenue. Hopefully, it will not generate very much revenue for very long because people will start obeying our stop signs. And I want to thank the police department for their persistence in sharing information about the program with the public, for those who want to know about it, and letting people know where the intersections are, where the signs are the cameras are posted, and to encourage our city staff to keep pressing the State Highway Administration to enable us to place some of those cameras in some of the most dangerous intersections where our kids walk past every day to go to school. And thank you very much for the effort that's already gone into the stop sign camera program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank everybody that came out for the Manna Food Drive on this past Monday to assist with the delivering of food to those who are struggling with food insecurities. We had a pretty good turnout. We were able to get the food out in a timely fashion. Former council member Fulcher was there with her family. Thank you so much for your time. And everybody else that volunteered are just still amazing to me. Every month when I go out and I do that detail with former council member Terry Siemens, it's just amazing the energy that comes from those who volunteer. And for all of you prayer warriors out there, Joyce Siemens, Terry Siemens' wife, is going to be having hip surgery this Friday, so fingers crossed and prayers out to her. Hope that goes well so she can get out and do the things that she loves to do, which is just pour into the community. So really hoping that she recovers fast. The Maple Avenue Association met Tuesday night regarding Juneteenth celebration that's going to happen this year. It will go down on June 19th. It's going to happen at the Tacoma Park Middle School. They like the arrangement from last year so much that they're going to stay on that parking lot instead of the field this year, and there'll be a rain date of the 20th. Councilmember Honzak, am I missing anything? It's going to be from 12 p.m. till 5 p.m. They adjusted the hours a little bit. Those are going to be the entertainment hours. Anything else? Okay, right now, and we'll follow up with any other developments as they meet and organize for that. I think that's it for me. I got a speed camera ticket. Yeah, I did. Right there at Maple and Lincoln. I drive by there every day, just about. And when you talk about awareness, I was able to log on and I saw myself slow down but not stop. And I never would have thought it, that I did not stop. But it happens to the best of us, and I consider myself the best of us. So it can happen to you too. But no, seriously, it does raise awareness. And again, got me. And so I'm encouraging everybody who asks me, where are the cameras? Don't worry about it. Just stop everywhere, okay? Anyway, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Councilmember DeBala.
I'd like to align myself with Councilmember Landman's comments on ice in Silver Spring and on stop sign cameras. I am also hearing from people on both sides of the stop sign camera issue. So I forward, if anybody has a specific question about a citation, I'm forwarding those to the city police, who are doing a great job of responding to residents and to all my questions, so I appreciate that. And I want to thank all the Ward 2 residents who have come out to the several small group sessions that I had this past week on council term lengths. It's been refreshing for me to participate in discussions that several points of view are presented and people are listening to each other and really trying to sort it out. And I just so appreciate that. What I'm hearing is mixed. I'm not hearing one way or the other primarily. And just a couple of fun things before I close. Virtual Play Day is coming up this weekend. Are you going to talk about the teen youth? Is somebody going to talk about the youth forum this weekend? I hope so. There's a youth forum this weekend. It was on the board before we started the meeting. The Richardson School of Music is now expanded and open, and that was a great afternoon. Several of us were there. Everybody's smiling. And recreation registration is about to start, so sign up for your spring activities. And I will be at the National League of Cities Congressional Conference here in Washington for part of the next week, but clearly still available by phone. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and stop sign cameras coming up a lot in our neighborhoods in Ward 6, so appreciate the folks working through that and being patient and optimistic that it can help make our roads safer. Related to that, there's an upcoming public meeting for potential sidewalks on Hammond Avenue, so that residents there should have been notified. If not, it's on our city website, or of course, as always, reach out to me. And I'm just going to share two more fun things. One is that I'm excited that I think tomorrow night my family is going to see Mean Girls Junior at Tacoma Park Middle School, which I'm very excited to see, featuring an amazing Ward 6 resident in a leading role, so I'm very excited about that. And I also wanted to plug a program that is fantastic, but I feel like not as many folks know about it. If you have a kid aged 5 to 13, and they might in any way have an interest in learning about field hockey and or just being outside on a grassy field, it's called the Chicken League Field Hockey. My older daughter has done this a number of times, where they meet for about an hour on Sundays, 6-week sessions in the fall, and then again in the spring. Registration for the spring one is just opened right in Spring Park, near Spring Park in Tacoma Park, and it is free. It is an amazing program run by Blair High School field hockey members that they started some years ago and have continued. And it's just a great, fun, free way for kids to just get outside and kind of participate in something like that. So chickenleaguefieldhockey.com. So wanted to share that.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember Hanzak.
Mostly just a few fun things, since everyone has covered all the serious stuff. First, thank you to the two residents who came out to speak tonight. We take your comments very, very seriously. You will have answers. I don't know how soon. And one interesting fact, and then 3 fun things. So I am very proud that I just finally finished, after 3.5 years. I compiled my list of the Ward 5 businesses, and I just thought I'd share with my colleagues, because I have never known how many businesses are in Ward 5. There are 55 businesses or business spaces, like there are 3 of those that are vacant. And that was a surprising number to me. 23 of them are within the geographical area of the Long Branch Business Association area. That is not all going to be within the Main Street area. I know that's confusing. And that 23 of them are within the Tacoma Park piece of it. Anyway, so less than half, which is also interesting. And I was able to share those with our business associate, Chrissy, so I'm excited to be able to work on that. And then Happy Pie Day coming up on Friday for anybody who loves to memorize pie and eat pie. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I am Irish myself. Cara Doherty is my maiden name. Hope that brings us a little bit of luck. We could use it. And then, in the same spirit of celebrations, for those of you who haven't saved the date, the Flower Avenue Block Party is scheduled for June 14th, which is just right before our Juneteenth, but please do put that on your calendars. It's a Sunday this time. We're hoping that will be able to mix it up a little bit and see if some of the folks might be able to come out, including our Washington Adventist colleagues who usually, when it's a Saturday celebration, it's a Sabbath for them. So we shall see how that goes. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. So in terms of comments this evening, thank you all very much for your comments. We are working diligently on the audit and are working diligently to finalize the final list of expenditures for the audit. So I just want to make that point clear. In terms of things that are happening this week, I feel like last weekend was all about music. So I had the chance to attend the Tacoma Park Community Band and the Montgomery County Orchestra, Symphony Orchestra that was performing with our poet laureate. And so this week is going to be more about the youth for me. So on tomorrow at 7:30, bright and early, I will be speaking to the Montgomery Blair CAP program students. So great opportunity to engage with young people who are committed to service for their service day. So I'm excited about that. Noon on Friday, I will be speaking at Career Day to kindergartners at New Hampshire Estates Elementary School. So it'll be very fun to explain what it is to be a mayor to kindergartners. I enjoy that a lot. It was already mentioned, the Let's Play America is having their virtual annual play day on Saturday, the 14th at 1 p.m. And so that is from 1 until, I believe, 3 o'clock. And Councilmember DeBala has mentioned the Civic Circle Youth Democracy Fest. That is going to be on Saturday, starting at 4 p.m. in the community center. And I will just read the Youth Council's update. Join the Civic Circle's Youth Democracy Fest on March the 14th from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. the Tacoma Park Community Center. Students in our community will lift their voices to celebrate democracy, freedom, and change with their civic songs, speeches, poems, and art. We are also uplifting performances by Downwire poets Malachi Bird and Reggie Kabiko and singer Munit Mesfen. There will be refreshments and attendance is free, but space is limited, so reserve your seat today. And so with that, I'm going to turn things over to City Manager DeSpirito for City Manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, and to all our guests and residents. Okay, I have a fairly brief report this evening from the Housing and Community Development Department. If you are a renter in Tacoma Park, we want to hear from you. The tenant survey is open online. It takes roughly 5 to 10 minutes to complete and is anonymous. You can submit by following the link on our website. Please search Rent Stabilization Policy Review, or by filling out a physical version that should be arriving in your address this week and dropping it off at the library, the Housing and Community Development Office, the Recreation Center, or the East Silver Spring Center, Tacoma East Silver Spring Center, or going in person to one of the drop-off locations and filling out a copy at that location. The survey closes March 31st. The FY27 Community Quality of Life Grant Round opens today, March 11th. Applications will be accepted through Wednesday, April 22nd. These grants are available to community organizations providing programs and projects benefiting Tacoma Park residents. Please visit www.tacomaparkmd.gov/grants for details on funding priorities and directions on how to apply. From the City Manager's Office. This week's staff shout out is from our Recreation Department. Another winter basketball league season is in the books, and it would not have been possible without the dedication of our Recreation Manager, John Webster. Since 2008, this beloved Tacoma Park tradition has brought kids together to learn the fundamentals of basketball, build sportsmanship, and make new friendships. For the past 4 years, John has been the steady hand helping keep the league running smoothly. From coordinating coaches and practice schedules to managing registration requests and overseeing game day logistics across 8 weeks of Saturday games, John works very hard to ensure that every participant has a positive and rewarding experience. This year, the league welcomed more than 730 participants. John, thank you for your continued commitment to supporting the youth in our community. We are already looking forward to another great season next year. And that concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move into our voting session this evening. The first item is a consent agenda. Just as a reminder, consent agenda items are voted on with one motion unless a council member requests that it be removed for individual discussion and vote. As a reminder, our consent agenda includes the ordinance rescinding ordinance 2025-35, prior approval of purchase of 2 EV pickup trucks. And the second item is the ordinance approving the purchase of 2 replacement EV pickup trucks. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Any points of discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Councilmember Dubala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Aye.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. The next item is the first reading ordinance amending Tacoma Park Code, Chapter 8.16, sale of food and drink for the purpose of expanding the types of use agreements the city might use to effectuate the purposes of this chapter as they relate to outdoor cafes. I will be glad to no longer have to say this. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Are there any points of discussion? Okay. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on this one?
Councilmember Landman.
Aye.
Councilmember Dubala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Wesselek.
Aye.
Mayor Cersey.
Aye. All right, so that concludes our voting session. We're going to move into our work session this evening. The first item is the traffic calming sidewalk CIP recommendations.
All right.
You have seats tonight.
I know. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Deb McNally with the Housing and Community Development Department.
Daryl Braithwaite, Public Works Department.
And so tonight we're here to walk you through the FY27 traffic calming and sidewalk requests that we are bringing to you. I'm going to start, however, by giving you a brief update of the FY26 requests. So we have a number that are in progress right now, including the sidewalks on Hancock and Chestnut, and a number of the raised crosswalks as well. A few of those have already been completed, however. I do want to give a quick update on the traffic studies for both Flower Avenue and Lincoln Avenue. We just wrapped up the Ward 6 traffic study, and so we are slightly delayed on these other two traffic studies, partially because the Ward 6 traffic study, we wanted to make sure that we completed all of that outreach and analysis. And then additionally, some of our bikeway projects, such as the Met Branch Trail, took a little bit more time than we expected. We had to go through a CSX review process as part of that, and so that's delayed that. And so we're hoping to start the Flower Avenue traffic study very, very soon. And then from there, we will move on to the Lincoln Avenue study. The good news is a lot of our speed humps have already been completed and installed, so we are making very good progress through implementing the FY26 requests. So moving on to FY27, we received 133 submissions prior to October 31st. We also rolled over any of the projects that were not funded in FY26 but were part of the discussion. And so in those cases, we received some that were duplicative, essentially, where we had a request in already, and then we got another request. So as part of that, we've gone through the process of kind of looking through and reviewing these requests. We did the evaluation, and we're at the kind of beginning of the approval stage. So this is a work session tonight to kind of review the lists, ask questions, and then this will be brought forward as part of budget reconciliation, where you'll get a chance to think about the budget implications and all that, and how this all fits together. Once everything gets approved, similar in FY26, Public Works will begin the design and implementation process for some of them. For sidewalks, generally speaking, unless they are a shorter, kind of more simple construction, it will be design only, with the idea that they will be constructed in the following fiscal year, depending on how quickly we're able to get through the design work. Just really quick, we held our community meeting on February 3rd. And then what we did was we held open a public comment form where residents could go in, they could select a project and provide comments on it. And we had 82 comments that were received over that time period. So a little bit about the technical scoring, which you'll see kind of in the project list. That score is based on 5 general kind of buckets. That includes equity, and you see those variables right there next to it. Safety, the vulnerable road user trip generators, or who's going to be kind of nearby, the roadway characteristics, and then the population impact. Where kind of the staff evaluation and kind of some of these more qualitative measures come in is looking at feasibility. So that's thinking through the right-of-way. Do we have the space to construct these improvements? Looking at utilities, topography, slope is very important when constructing these, and then also any other site constraints that might be there. So before you today are a number of the submissions, but there are some that were screened out by staff. And so I want to take a few minutes to kind of talk through our side of the process and how we take 133 submissions and get it down to a list of about 40 submissions. So starting with requests that are outside the city. So if it's outside of our jurisdiction, we don't have the ability to go out and kind of change it. And so those get screened out pretty quickly. We also have a number of state highways. So in those requests, we can't go out and directly do the improvements. What we have to do is speak with SHA. And so what we've done is we've taken requests that are related to the state highways and forwarded them along. We are in District 3. Staff also have quarterly meetings with SHA, and we'll certainly be kind of highlighting that as we transmit over those requests for them to consider. We also have MNC PPC Parkland as well, which is Sligo Creek. We know that there are a number of concerns about safety. It's a great pedestrian bicycle pathway, as well as some wonderful kind of recreational amenities. MNC PPC recognizes this as well. And they do have a safety initiative underway that is looking at, in particular, the Sligo Creek Parkway and Flower Avenue intersection, understanding that that is a particular concern for safety. Enforcement is another piece. We're very lucky to have a great police department here within the city, and so with running stop signs, those sorts of concerns, when they're expressed, we're forwarding them along to the police department. And I'll take a quick moment to kind of highlight the police department's stop sign camera program. It's a pilot program. They've just started with 18 cameras, and they are starting there and kind of seeing how it goes. So at the moment, there are no proposals to change where those placements are. And then finally, we did get a few that are maintenance requests. So we forwarded those along to Public Works to get it into their kind of maintenance queue. We did screen out a few requests also that had to do with Flower Avenue and Lincoln Avenue in particular. It's not that these projects aren't good ideas, it's that we have plans to study that area. And so what we're going to do is hold those requests, particularly with the comments, and as we get into that study, pass that along so it can be considered holistically as we're going through the study. And this is similar to what we did with Ward 6. And then finally, we have traffic control or devices. So this is stop signs or crosswalks. So these are requests that are brought in but are handled through separately through Public Works. So getting into our recommendations, we have a number of recommendations. However, the full list is in front of you as a PDF. These recommendations are a starting point. They are not necessarily, all of these projects that you see listed are feasible. There are reasons that staff have recommended some over others. Some has to do with kind of understanding that we have limited financial and kind of staff capacity constraints. So how much can we do in 1 year, both from a financial perspective, but then also from a staff capacity perspective. The scores are a big portion of it. So whenever possible, a higher ranking project is considered. But there are cases in which we have looked specifically at certain projects that might not score quite as high, but might be worthwhile to pursue. So I'll highlight a couple of them. So for example, one is a sidewalk request going up from Maple Avenue up Ritchie Avenue to 7610 Maple. It is a 40-plus unit multifamily building, and it would connect down. That's also where a lot of Public Works trucks go, and there's a fair amount of traffic, so having a sidewalk on that particular side running up to that building was seen as a worthwhile project. As well as on Oswego Avenue, once again, a lot of city truck traffic there. We have witnessed a lot of children kind of walking in the street, and so providing them a safe place to walk was considered, something worthwhile, even if it didn't score quite as high. And then in particular, Kansas Lane between Westmoreland and Eastern Avenue was seen as a good spot for sidewalk construction because it's one of our connections into the district and connects into their bicycle infrastructure. So with all of that, it's a very long list, but we're happy to answer questions. But I really briefly want to jump into next steps. As a follow-on to this, we will be providing a spreadsheet to the council members, and it'll include all of these projects listed out for you guys to take a look at, review the scores, review the staff notes. What we're asking is that if you have any kind of thoughts of projects you would like to fund or projects you don't think should be funded in this coming fiscal year, please fill that out and send it back to us so that for budget reconciliation, we can be ready and have kind of all of these together for you. And then we'll plan to be present this and start to talk in more detail about the budget implications and whether there should be money moved in or out on April 15th. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. Oops, I'm sorry. I will admit that I haven't been able to spend as much time yet with all of the materials, but I was able to attend the public forum, and so I think I'm bringing that with me as well. I guess and I apologize that some of these have not been given to you in advance so that you could chew on them. I wasn't able to do that this past 2 weeks. So my first comment is, if you'll take a look at the very first item in the list, I guess any one of us could have caught this, but the sidewalk recommended as a #1 priority, Merwood and Glenside, is not Ward 5. I would like to make a note of that. I'm a little bit sad that that wasn't caught as the #1 item, because it is also notable that, what's that? Are my colleagues asking where that is? The #1 item on the recommended FY27 sidewalk list, yes, recommended FY27. And it is notable to me that last year and this year, there are not any Ward 5 located sidewalks that have been placed on this list. And I would like to have the staff consider that, please. So that's my first comment. And I think that should have been caught. It reminds me again that I really want to ask that staff get to know our ward map and our city map a little bit better. Secondly, one of the things that came up at the public comment that was pushed out, and I would like to maybe have a one-on-one meeting with any of you later. I don't think now is the time to talk about it, but again, I'm flagging this for my colleagues. I don't know what to do about it. Is the path on Wabash that to me, it seems like it's a sidewalk. It is city. It is my understanding it's a city piece of land, and I would like to follow up on that if we could have a meeting. And then Director Braithwaite, could you talk a little bit about the Houston Avenue sidewalk being ADA compliant and what that means? I have never measured it, but it looks rather narrow to my eye. Is it different widths in different spots, to your knowledge, or do you even know that off the top of your head? Yes, I expect you spent a lot of time with that one. Yeah.
Yeah. The sidewalk is 4 feet wide. On Houston Avenue from Sligo Creek Parkway up to Roanoke.
Okay. It seems really narrow in some spots. Is it possible that it's not the same all the way up, or maybe it's just the parking lots make it?
Yeah, it's adjacent to parking lots and driveways, so those do impact and affect it. There's probably areas where it's the concrete sidewalk itself is reduced in order to make the compliant
I see.
Elevation across the driveways, so crossing driveways can be particularly challenging. Though in those cases, there are driveway aprons on one side and the driveway on the other, so it's not as if there's no space. It's just the flat compliant section is across the
I'm
driveway.
sorry. I bring that up because I'm looking at the comment section on the larger spreadsheet, and two of the sidewalks that to me seemed like they did come up pretty highly in your numerical scores. The one on Brighton Avenue to Houston Circle, as well as the one on Houston Avenue. Those are both indicating that there's no public right-of-way in which to construct. Can you talk a little bit more about whether that means it's an absolute no-go, ever, never done, never will be done? I know that that's not the desired way to build in any situation. It is also my observation that one of the reasons these are so high priority is because these are some of the most densely populated streets in our entire city. So I'm just wondering, and with a lot of car traffic. So could you comment on that just a little bit, and what might be some of the ways in which a sidewalk could get constructed on any of those streets at any point in time? What would be required?
Well, in regard specifically to Houston, there is existing sidewalk there, so
Yeah,
we
there
we
is.
do have
That's right.
sidewalk there, and that, I think your point is that you would like to make it wider. When you're looking at widening sidewalks, you have two options: moving it into the street, making that, taking a part of the curb, moving the curb and narrowing the roadway, or you can widen it towards the property boundary. Particularly on Houston, between Sligo Creek Parkway and Roanoke Avenue, there's some significant challenges with either of those options. As you mentioned, there's quite a deal of traffic and parking, so it's not really a good candidate for narrowing the roadway to get the sidewalk width towards the street in particular. And when you look at the back of sidewalk toward private property, there's quite a few parking lots that are directly adjacent to the sidewalk. And so then you run the risk of cars parking over the sidewalk. So in that particular case, widening the sidewalk beyond the existing 4 feet is problematic for roadway narrowing or the impacts on private property and parking on the other side. So there just isn't enough room. If we wanted to take a look at more extreme measures like making the street one-way, then we would have the ability to have that space within the roadway itself, because you wouldn't have to maintain 2 lanes for driving. But it's a particular challenge on Houston Avenue. It's no easy solution to making the sidewalk any wider.
Could you speak to that on Brighton and Houston Circle, though? Because the same comment has been
Sure.
made there, and
Yeah.
It's a different situation.
Well, Brighton
There is no sidewalk.
doesn't have a sidewalk.
That's right.
So there is no existing sidewalk. When you look at the one side, there are a number of impacts. One is there's quite a bit of tree cover and fairly large trees. There's also a apartment-owned lighting system that's been installed on one side of the street. And on the other side of the street, there's some other significant tree issues and constructability challenges with the grade of the slope. So it's, in the case of Brighton, technically, it may be possible to build a sidewalk, particularly on the side that currently has the lighting, the decorative lighting. But we'd have to enter into arrangements with the private property owner to relocate that lighting, remove the trees, and then design the sidewalk. My recollection is in the case, in this particular case, as with many of the ones that don't make it onto the staff recommended list, they are candidates that could be considered at another time, but others were deemed to be easier to construct with less conflict and provide connectivity that was desired.
You're saying the ones that did make the list that
Yeah.
were rated a little bit lower in value, I think, below that, like the
the
Kansas.
ones that
Yeah, because
are-
they were
that-
both rated
Yep. What-
62, I think, which is a little bit higher than at least one. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
juggling
and
papers here.
That is not necessarily a ranking. I want to.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't call it a
Devin
ranking.
can speak
Yeah.
to that. That is
Yeah.
actually just the way it rates across the criteria that
rating,
we're
sorry.
using. So
Yeah.
it is a tool to compare with, but it's not like 100 is best and 50
Right,
is
right.
half as good.
I'm sorry, I should not have used, I misspoke. Yes.
Yeah, and this is a chance for, so staff present this kind of just like initial cut of funding as kind of a starting point. We anticipate that there are projects that might be in the feasible to construct, but would, require either additional funds or would beyond what will be in the city manager's request, or that might be there are some pieces that we as staff haven't thought about. So all of these projects are feasible. Some of them might be more challenging than others, but this is kind of the initial first cut. So moving projects in and out, which will happen during reconciliation, will be part of kind of that balancing act. So this is staff offering a starting point rather than saying, yes, this project is in and no, this project is not in.
Okay, thank you. I wanted my colleagues to be able to hear some of those comments. And I'll just close with, this is a statement for my colleagues and for you to hear as well. I am a bit frustrated to not pursue some of the maybe somewhat more challenging situations in order to get sidewalks constructed and get some traffic calming in Ward 5, which has historically not gotten as much, except Flower Avenue was a huge and wonderful project. But in some of these very dense corridors, it does concern me that we don't have sidewalks. And I'd love to see if we can figure some of that out, at least in this budget round. And I welcome anybody to work with me on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Quick question. In those locations where right-of-way is a challenge, is one of the major concerns that private property acquisition would have to?
Well, in the past, our position has been that we don't acquire private property, but we request easement and construction easements and agreements to allow us to put a public sidewalk across private property. The place we did that most extensively was Flower Avenue. So we don't acquire or purchase or take private property for the purpose of building a sidewalk, but we would need to have an easement agreement if there was no other way to place the sidewalk within the existing right-of-way, or narrowing the road, or adjusting it in some other way.
Thank you. And I understand, Councilmember Honzak, your concern, but with the fact that the streets are so narrow, and so what it would take to be able to acquire the land necessary for sidewalks.
I hear you. I actually think on Brighton in particular, it's worth, and the staff noted too, I think it might be worth looking at that. I don't want to drag everybody into it, but on the opposite side from the lights, I think there's some really good reasons to look carefully at that. There's quite a bit of grass. There are trees, but that could be worked around, and there isn't actually, they actually, bizarrely, don't have handicap access to their handicapped parking space right there, and it's a affordable housing, anyway, so there are ways we could even be helping with that. So, and it's sort of the main corridor by which everybody comes down. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful. Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you. Couple things. Thanks for the presentation, and thank you for the work of the group to rate 133 projects of all sorts. So first, a couple questions about the projects that got picked for this year, and then a couple questions about the projects that are on the list for next year. So I believe I heard you say that the Flower Avenue traffic study might start as soon as this summer, that it's in the RFP stage, and then that would suggest that my actual question is, when might there be a neighborhood meeting or neighborhood community input? When does that piece start?
Yeah, my initial kind of response would be likely fall of this year. We don't typically like to hold public meetings during the summer when people are away.
Right.
We want to make sure that there's plenty of time for people to be around and they're actually not in town. That said, we can certainly get started with kind of some of the initial data work, kick off, get them started, get the plan underway, but we would want to make sure that everyone's around. So.
And then my second question has to do with the Garland Avenue sidewalk design. Same question, community meeting on that. Garland Avenue sidewalk design, because those are the same neighborhood. So you either can do double duty or do one in the spring, one in the fall, but same kind of question.
Yeah, we've assigned that to an engineering firm, and they've done the basic survey work and developed some initial concepts. We just actually had a field walk today, so if anybody saw a bunch of us wandering down Garland
Oh,
Avenue,
yeah.
that's why. So they're taking some feedback and comments from staff into their plan design. We have to do some additional survey work, so they thought they'd get that done by the 30th of this month. So we should have plan sets available to publicize and then schedule that community meeting. I would be hopeful either in late April or early May.
Fabulous.
Yeah, we're just out, while we're on this topic, we're going to have the Hammond Avenue sidewalk meeting. I note that the date in this is wrong, and that's my fault. It's the 24th of March and not the 26th coming up for that community meeting, for that review. And then we're hoping the Hancock sidewalk follows fairly quickly after that in that same April-May timeframe.
Yeah, okay, great. And then thank you for letting everybody know that the Lincoln Avenue traffic study is next in the queue after the Flower Avenue study. And I see, I have heard from residents that they're very happy with the speed, well, maybe not so much the speed bumps, but the crosswalk, the raised walkway on Prince George's Avenue. Thank you. So for coming up, because there was so much in Ward 2 this last time, I think there's just not a lot on the list that's separate from these two traffic studies. But I did have a couple of specific questions about 3 related sidewalk proposals, one on Elm Avenue between Auburn and Leach, one on Larch, one on Larch, and one on Hayward, all part of the same immediate cluster and all concerned about essentially the same bus stop. So you have one that they all rated the same, and one is recommended and the other 2 are not. And just so I understand what the thinking is, can you explain that?
Yeah, so some of this is just based on kind of staff's observations of which gets the heaviest pedestrian traffic. What we would say is, with all these, there's a lot of great projects, not capacity to do them all at once. So we kind of picked the one that we thought would be the best place to start for those kind of trade-offs.
Yeah, I think I agree, but.
Yeah. In addition to that heavier pedestrian load, there's also a little less traffic on the other streets than there is on Elm.
Yes.
When you're comparing those amongst themselves, you have 2 sort of one-block short streets versus a connecting secondary road, so.
Yeah, so then that gets to the question of the ratings, because that kind of nuance isn't reflected in the ratings. Okay, just confirming that I'm reading this right. And then you had 2 raised crosswalks, PG and Elm and Heather and Elm. On PG and Elm, Continental crosswalk makes sense to me. What would the timing be on that? Does the
Yeah,
council
because
need
that
to
is not,
decide
that is
something?
not through this project.
Okay.
That's crosswalks themselves, and I guess it
Right.
makes sense to reiterate this point again.
Mm-hmm.
Crosswalks, kind of like stop signs, have their own guidelines and criteria that are
Mm-hmm.
used to identify where crosswalks should be, based on a list of, pedestrian
Mm-hmm.
generators, traffic situations, and things like that. I have said for some time now, the city's working on developing a policy, so we have a very clear city-established policy on crosswalk locations, and I know Councilmember Honzak and I have spoken about that a number of times. We still don't have that document together, but that notwithstanding, the installation of crosswalks typically is done in spring and summer, more conducive weather. And it goes into a queue of maintenance work, either maintenance if it's refresh or installation if it's new. And then that typically involves, depending on the size of the crosswalk, either contractor installation or city staff installation. And we schedule that, as time allows.
So is that a decision then, and then it would be in the queue for the spring, summer?
It doesn't need to be decided by council. That's
Yeah,
my
okay,
understanding of those.
all right.
Marked crosswalks are one that if they meet what we think is a reasonable criteria in terms of pedestrian activity and then it will get put into the queue of installation, and it's not funded through the fund for sidewalk and traffic calming. It's funded through Public Works operating budget.
Right, and in the same spirit, last question, Heather and Elm request for raised crosswalk. Would a Continental crosswalk, because again, there's nothing there right now, would a Continental crosswalk do it there? Or do you see a need for that spot to be raised? Just everybody that is not familiar, that's where you go down the Elm Avenue Hill. There's a sharp turn left to get to Sligo Creek Parkway. That's the intersection, three-way intersection. A lot of kids, not a lot of stopping.
Yep. When
And
we
a lot of
received
concern.
the community request, traffic calming was a component of that. And so raised crosswalks would do more of a job
Would do
at traffic
more,
calming
okay.
than continental crosswalks.
All
One
right.
of the challenges with the Heather Avenue section of that is it's a fairly steep slope. So while we did get requests for a speed bump on
Can't
that
put it
section of
there.
Heather, we don't recommend installing because of the grade above 8%.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Westlake.
Thank you. I really want to thank you all. This is so much stuff to keep track of, and especially given the newer protocols over the last couple of years. I'm really happy to kind of see this list and the idea that this is the starting point and we can work out. I'm feeling very optimistic about the process and how we're kind of working through things, making sure we're considering all the things in the best way. So thank you to all the staff that have worked really hard to make that happen. I have a couple questions. All right, my first question, I just want to make sure at the top of when there's I'm looking at the more spreadsheety looking one, and it has a FY27 budget kind of amounts at the top. I just want to confirm that's calculating like what the staff recommendations are for right here. So if we get a sense of, if we say knock one off, this is all funded in that amount, right?
Correct.
Right now,
So that represents what the budget will be at the moment that will be presented. So we're trying as much as possible right now. The budget hasn't been brought forward, but that represents the current amounts. And so as you get into it, we'll give you some kind of heads up about just generally speaking how the spreadsheet will work when we send it over. But you will be able to essentially move things in and out, and it'll do some automatic calculations.
Great. And just to confirm that the traffic studies, because it says 0 currently set aside for Lincoln Avenue. So did we fund Flower? And I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah, so what I will say is this year there is budget in for Flower Avenue, and so we would carry that forward into the next fiscal year. And then there is funding that is currently set aside in the budget for next fiscal year for Lincoln.
Okay, but it's, okay, great, thank you. And my main questions kind of relate to the Ward 6 traffic study, and I tried, I did not get very far, but I'm trying to kind of look at what Tool Design recommended, right? And then from that kind of list, what after that presentation staff recommended, right? And what did or did not make that list, as well as then what is on this list. So I might just ask for help offline about that because it's so much to keep track of. And lots of folks are constantly like, hey, this one particular intersection, it doesn't have a stop sign. And I'm trying to figure out how to even answer what might happen, and it's tricky. But so I just wanted to confirm, I guess, the stuff that staff recommended out of the traffic study that is in the context of traffic calming and sidewalks, it's all in here.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. In certain cases, yeah, it's part of the funded list, but then there are others, some that are not recommend in the initial staff cut, and I really want to stress initial staff cut,
Okay.
that are not in that kind of list at the moment, but they are at the bottom.
Right, okay, and then there's also the ones that came out of the traffic study but are not traffic calming or sidewalk requests.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question. Were all of the recommendations of the traffic study that staff recommends, is it all then covered in this current proposal for FY '27? Or meaning, are there more that would then be for the following year? Or would we ostensibly be able to wrap up all of the New Hampshire Gardens stuff in FY '27?
I'll have to go make sure I double check, but my understanding is if we thought that it could be constructed in the next fiscal year, we tried to include this. The idea being that when we do a traffic study, we want to make sure that all the recommendations, for the most part, are brought into this process.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Councilmember Gilbert?
Thank you. Thank you for this, Director Braithwaite and Director McNally. And it's good to see you sitting down. Makes me feel less guilty about asking questions now. Just one quick question for clarification. I apologize if I missed the verbal adjustment, but I thought I heard you say that we don't want to meet in the summer. And I see that the Hancock project is slated for a meeting, a community meeting for summer. Should we expect that a little sooner? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping that initial community meeting can happen in certainly by May.
Okay. All right. Just want to be ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Councilmember Schlegel?
Thank you. I want to acknowledge I was confused at first because when I went through the packet electronically, I thought it was over before I saw staff recommendations. So I'm processing that after doing all those evaluations with the methodology, then we get the recommendations. So I just wanted to note just one little thing on the list of recommended sidewalks as we go. I think it's a typo. That's Ward 4. Yeah.
And we can certainly
It's
clean
on
up some of
page
the
7
word
in the physical
numbers.
attachment. Yeah.
And I will apologize. We were working through kind
Sure.
of the list and
Oh, yeah.
moving things around, so there's
Yeah,
quite a
numbers get stuck.
possibility that when I was doing that, something got
No
added.
apology needed. I can show you all the typos from my teaching handouts. I had not seen the Kansas Lane segment among those that were in the evaluation list. So, I mean, I think it's a wonderful idea, and I can say a bit more about why. But for my colleagues, that's as Kansas Avenue comes out of the District of Columbia, it crosses Eastern, and there's a critical bus stop right there that's used by many residents in the sort of Pinecrest neighborhood. And to get to it, there's no sidewalk, and that's a heavy cut-through commuter route during peak hours. So, but if you could just, is it worth explaining, like did staff have that in mind already from the past, or?
So it was a resident request.
Okay.
I hope that it was in the initial cut of the
Okay.
different projects as part of the community meeting. I don't believe there were any public comments at
Yeah.
that meeting about it, but certainly came from a resident.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the unique factor about that is there is an existing sidewalk there now,
It's-
though it is less
yeah.
than 3 feet.
Yeah.
And it was part of the area that the city brought in when that section was incorporated into the city itself. So there's an interest in going back and making compliant sidewalk in that one block. It's a fairly small one block section, which is also why you don't see a design needed.
Yeah.
We'll be able to do the design build in one component.
Great, and there's a school bus stop at the other end of the block. I could probably ask separately about how the Fifth Avenue segment didn't make it in, but I mean, I'm seeing wonderful things recommended in other wards, and I wanted to say just a bit about the corridor that has a lot of potential for pedestrian in the southern part of town. It kind of runs from where we were just talking about, Kansas Lane, up over that first hill and down to Cockerel, which is where you recommended the raised crosswalk. And then it proceeds up Circle Avenue, and there's a paper street, very rooty, bumpy trail. And then there's the section of Paper Street, Circle Avenue that is being improved through the Dorothy's Woods project. And then you're in Ward 2 after you cross the McLaughlin property edge. And now you're getting ready to use Circle or the adjacent street to get onto Belford. And it gets you up to the entire business district where Lidl is. And I really think that if you continue to focus on getting those segments improved, there's 2 in this list that work for that purpose, plus the Dorothy's Woods project. And it's a part of town where there really are not ways to drive very quickly. The school property in Dorothy's Woods presents a barrier. Circle Avenue doesn't go through. It was closed at one point. And so there's going to be a great motivation for people to use a walking route because the differential in minutes to drive versus walk gets lower when you don't have those easy ways to do it. So I would encourage you to just continue thinking about that corridor that runs from Belford all the way down to Kansas. And it's so much nicer than going out to New Hampshire Avenue to walk. I think people avoid New Hampshire because there's no shade. Thanks for entertaining that comment. I do have like a very clear argument from a resident for the value of that Cockerel raised crosswalk. It seems like a minor thing, but you have, just for my colleagues, you have Kansas Avenue comes down, Kansas Lane comes down a very steep hill to a T with Cockerel. And then there's a jog before this bit of Circle Avenue starts. And so cars get in the habit of just saying, I'm good. And they turn. And then there's where people, like about 30, 50 feet beyond is where this resident wrote in to say that he was crossing the street with his child in a stroller. And a truck came down, whoom, and just turned almost directly into them. So because it's an offset intersection of two Ts, it really lends itself to doing that. So I'll appreciate your consideration of that. I think that's all for me. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go right ahead, Councilmember Dolan.
Just very quickly,
Your mic isn't on.
Just very quickly, is there a bus stop there? Not right at the 2 Ts, but.
No, Cockerel doesn't have a bus stop.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Schlegel, there's a question about where is it located? You said Cockerel. Is it Cockerel and Circle Ave?
Yeah, it's Cockerel and Circle Ave is in the Circle Woods, Pinecrest neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay.
And it is currently on the list recommended.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say again that when I look at some of the other projects, I'm particularly looking at sidewalks. I can certainly see the great value of Merwood and Glenside Drive and Jackson Avenue and Holton Lane, as those are also the same principle, people trying to get to businesses, to and from businesses and other things, and bus stops.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Landman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can be brief because there's virtually nothing about Ward 1 in this list this year for the new, although we have a lot of great projects being completed in fiscal 26. And you did, in your discussion about the projects that were not eligible for inclusion in this list, you were clear on a lot of different categories, such as maintenance or on state roads, et cetera. I'm going to return to one project proposal that didn't make the cut, which had to do with the traffic calming by putting a contraflow bicycle lane on a street that would have narrowed the street and basically physically acknowledge the fact that lots of bicycles go the wrong way down that one-way street. Now, I'm talking about Park Avenue between Carroll Avenue and Valley View. And the explanation for not taking action on that was that it's got to be done, I think you said, in the context of bicycle route planning, but that I would just like for you to please give us some sense of what the timeline would be for tackling something like that, because, you know, from the standpoint of safety, it doesn't really need to be part of a complicated bicycle route for it to provide an important traffic calming function. And I want to be sure that bicycle planning of a large scale doesn't prevent us from taking steps that could, prevent accidents in the shorter term, like sort of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, if you will. So maybe you could touch on the timeline for addressing those types of recommendations.
Yeah. So we've been in bikeway planning mode for a while, and certainly have a number that are underway. But typically, when we've done a bikeway project, we've been trying to kind of create or connect to the network. So I'll speak to, for example, the Met Branch Trail upgrade that we're looking for funding for is connecting to an 8-mile kind of stretch that goes from Silver Spring down into the district. For the New Avenue Bikeway, we're looking at a connection that runs from the future Purple Line station at the Tacoma-Langley Crossroads all the way down to connect into DC at Kansas. So the idea being that we're creating kind of pathways for bikes to go down uninterrupted safely. So in terms of kind of looking at it holistically, ideally, if we were doing this, we would do this as part of a kind of broader look at mobility across the city, and that is probably a couple years out. We would like to do that, and to give you a little preview, in our SHA priority letter, we talk about the idea of doing a more kind of comprehensive mobility study looking at the entire city. We were hoping to use some federal dollars for it, and that didn't quite pan out for a number of reasons, most particularly certain executive orders. And so kind of coming back to that and looking at kind of in particular both pedestrian and bicycle safety and how they move throughout the city and how we can kind of connect it. I understand the idea, and it makes a lot of sense that you can have kind of a one-way street in which a contraflow bikeway could be really great. It's more, my concern would be how they're getting onto it from Carroll, and then how they're exiting it onto Philadelphia. And so planning around those pieces as well.
Quick follow-up. So the federal funds are out. The comprehensive, holistic, citywide evaluation is a gleam in your eye, which I appreciate, but with no game plan at the moment for funding it. So does that mean nothing will happen in this area, bikeway-wise, until some date in the, I mean, not counting the bikeways that are part of the comprehensive, or the big fancy program like the Metropolitan Branch Trail? Does everything else get put on hold until we do the big, large, citywide, holistic thing? Is that the game plan?
That would be the current plan by staff, yes.
And I will just remind my colleagues that this council has voted in a couple of instances, because it's a little easier sell for grant funds. So for example, we put forward an LBI proposal for the Metropolitan Branch Trail work with the General Assembly to see if we can get $500,000 there. We also members of council agreed to a resolution supporting providing, submitting a request to Congressman Raskin's community funding program to try to get funding for Metropolitan Branch Trail as well. So I understand, Councilmember Lamb, your disappointment. I think right now, at least what we're seeing in terms of where potential funding may be, projects like the Metropolitan Branch Trail is a little easier sale.
This project is practically free. It doesn't require any of the costly changes in anything that are required by the ones for which we've been seeking those funding sources. So it's a good point to make that we're using those funding requests judiciously, but that's not really relevant in this case. We're talking about some paint on the road, and that's really it.
Okay, can we just confirm that that's all we're talking about in terms of what Councilmember Lamon is discussing?
So I'll start talking, and Director Braithwaite can jump in if I go completely off base. So part of it isn't necessarily we can certainly go out there and put thermo down and create the bike lane, and that would not be a particularly difficult or costly project. The pieces that we're thinking about when we're thinking through this is more, what are we doing when we put that down, and is that the best piece of infrastructure for cycling if we're going to go out there and do that? So if we are creating a bike lane, we are anticipating people will use it, and that could mean that more people are going on to Carroll, or more people are coming out of Park onto Philadelphia, or vice versa. And so then do we have bicycle facilities to help them kind of move from Carroll or from Carroll to Philadelphia when they hit those specific junctures? And in particular, what we're thinking about is things such as level of stress for the rider. So that's kind of one way of thinking about, you know, what level of cyclist is going to be using that particular piece of infrastructure. There are cyclists that they are very comfortable on very high-speed streets, but that's not most cyclists. And so if we're putting that down, are we bringing potentially kind of cyclists who are much less comfortable and putting them into a dangerous situation? So there are considerations there that we just haven't thought through, and that a more holistic look would allow us to say, kind of, this is the sort of infrastructure you would need to put down to ensure that bicyclists are safe. So that's kind of the larger pieces that we would be kind of weighing up.
Right, thank you. And have you all gone so far as to think through the cost implications of like those additional safety mechanisms?
Not to any large degree. The real challenge there is the bookend of two state highways where we have very little ability to control and influence what they will allow. So that's a big stumbling part. We could take a look at, you know, using Valley View to Maple as opposed to, in fact, as a person who drives the wrong way on Park Avenue all the time, I don't drive on Philadelphia Avenue. I mean, ride my bike on Philadelphia Avenue. It's a two-lane road with no shoulder. We really don't want to encourage.
Yeah.
It would be reckless to encourage bikers to bike on a no-shouldered road. So because of the kind of the complexity, it hasn't risen to a high level. People who are bikers and comfortable are doing it anyway. So, you know, do they need the contraflow lane? They're using it, and they're able to navigate it because they feel comfortable with their skill set. If we build it, then we're saying, hey, bikes, use this, and we have to know that it meets safety standards on either end of the thing. So that's the challenge of that particular suggestion.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yeah, thank you. This is, I fully appreciate what you're saying, and I'm going to stay right on this because from a Ward 3 perspective, that is the route to the library. And so I guess it's what you'd call a desire line, a desire path. It's already being used by young kids who are either taking the sidewalk or the road. Because it's the straight shot to where we are right here from that whole southern part of town. So I think the question is, even though ideally you'd like to be able to step back and design a rational system for the whole city, people of all ages are choosing to ride their bikes in the wrong direction illegally down Park, and we understand that's a lot safer than them going down Philadelphia probably, but it's still illegal and unsafe. So I feel like the bottom end problem by using Valley View, there's no negotiation needed with a horrible triangle intersection at Philadelphia. But then at the top end, yeah, it could be tricky. I would just say don't underestimate the risk of people being on the sidewalk, particularly when they're choosing, when they get down to Philadelphia, they're hopping onto the sidewalk that's next to a steep retaining wall, you know. So, you know, I respect everything you're saying about wanting to evaluate and also not wanting to like signal that this is an awesome route if it can't be made so. But I just wanted to emphasize so many people are using it already, and it's kind of like that desire line I described earlier that includes Belford down to Kansas, and just respecting what people are already trying to do is sometimes a nice strategy.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, thank you. I'm afraid I've lost track of whether this was a request on the list or not. So it's not on the list, and so this is what, a council request to be added?
It was on the list that was requested, but it didn't make the cut.
Okay, so it is
That's
on the
how- that's how-
requested list.
It was on the
All right,
requested
thank you.
list, yes.
That
thank
was
you.
my question, because I'd like to stay as true to the process as possible as we go through this. Thank you.
All right. Okay, awesome. Just want to check to make sure I'm not seeing any additional questions. And so just as a reminder, I'm pretty sure there's going to be continued conversation around the items that are here. And then we will go through the process that we did similar to last year. We'll have a chance to walk through the updated list. And folks will also have an opportunity to deal with reconciliation, which is always a party. All right, awesome. Thank you all so much. Okay, all right. Our last item this evening is the council term lengths. And so for this work session, Councilmember DeBala has done a great job of providing quite a bit of background information around what's in our charter, some of the information that we've heard from a memo that we've received from our Board of Elections, and the like. What I would like to do tonight, if we could, is to kind of take a couple of steps back, just because I know that we've already heard from we've heard from a number of residents, and I understand that we're going to hear from many more next week when we have the public hearing. But one thing that came to mind for me, and I appreciate Councilmember DeBala working to put some language together for a resolution. I also appreciate Councilmember Landman working to try to put language together for a resolution. But one of the questions that I had was, what exactly would be, if we were going to work on or request a referendum, what would we be asking for the general public to vote on? Which means we still have to figure that part out in terms of what exactly are we asking for people to consider. And then the other piece that's really glaring for me is what our Board of Elections has called out. Some of the specific concerns that they have in terms of their ability to manage the elections. And those don't go away, even if we were to decide to do nothing. Some of the root issues that we're trying to address, for example, with the possibility of 4-year terms, is to have fewer elections, which would require less work on behalf of the Board of Elections. They also raise the question of staggered terms. How does the council feel about that? In addition to, how does the council feel about the possibility of a 4-year term? In addition to, what does the council want to do in terms of when to start something like this? And then we need to answer all of those questions so that we can write something up so that the community can be educated enough to be able to, if the ultimate decision of council is to put this on a ballot, then that is something that would have to be clearly communicated, right? So I do want to
make sure, at least for me, as I'm thinking through things, I think that there are some residents that say, oh, you should just put it on a ballot and stop talking about it anymore. Well, we have to continue to flesh out what it is that we want the community to advise us on. And then there's a whole nother conversation about whether or not the referendum approach is the right way, because I'm increasingly concerned about the fact that given what is currently happening in our country, I am increasingly concerned that a number of our undocumented immigrants that would typically feel comfortable voting in our city elections are not going to be as willing to do so. So if we're trying to push certain types of major decisions to the vote, you could potentially be introducing a level of already an inequitable process that's going to be even more inequitable. So then you may have to think of some other way to get their feedback. It just becomes a little bit more cumbersome. So I think it would be really helpful for me if y'all would just indulge me for a minute, if we could just start talking through these 3 components.
Point of
One,
informa- Could I add another
Yeah.
unknown to your list that I would like to understand
Yeah.
better? And this has to do with if we were to adopt a charter amendment and then residents were to successfully gather sufficient signatures to put a petition signatures to put a referendum item on the ballot for November, then would that mean that our city elections in this November, we would not know if we were being elected to 2-year terms or 4-year terms until the election had been held and the votes had been counted? That's what I want to understand.
yeah. So that's why I'm saying we have to put this stuff together in a way to where and definitely Councilmember DeBala, keep me honest on this. If we put out a decision, right, in terms of what we would like to see happen, and residents were able to get a petition together and get the numbers, then what would be on the ballot would in essence be what we as a council had already voted on that we would want to see. Is that correct? I just want to confirm that, because if we can go back to the slide deck, there was a map that kind of mapped it all out. The petition, now the council can put out an advisory, right, if we want to, and kind of bypass the whole petitioning process. My understanding of the petitioning process is if the council makes a decision, there's a certain amount of time that residents have to get the number of signatures that they need to put it on a ballot. What would go on the ballot, and clerk, keep me honest, what would go on the ballot would be what the council had already agreed to in the resolution, right? That we would have to pass in order for the petition to even start, that process to even be something that's eligible.
I think that's a city attorney question, because the issue would be 2026 versus some other date. And there's surely an answer to this question, because it's happened a bunch of times all over the state where there's a referendum on a charter decision that is after the effective date of the charter decision, right? So we would have to tweak the language or have a special election before but that's not something I don't think that we can decide right now. I'm looking at the clerk because she understands what I'm saying. So you could have a special election and then you'd be ahead of it, but you still wouldn't be that far ahead of it.
I mean, the
So I think
charter
you would be-
amendment that you have proposed.
So I would think you would be changing the language of the.
Whatever was voted on.
Whatever was voted on, and exactly how that goes legally, I think we need the city attorney to say.
Well, if the charter amendment that we adopt, hypothetically, creates 4-year terms beginning with the 2026 election, which is how it's currently worded, right?
And that's why I'm saying I think you need the city attorney to
Okay.
figure out exactly
Because
how to
then if
phrase
we
that.
reverted, because the ballot initiative was adopted by a majority vote, and people said no to the proposed charter amendment, then we would have just, people who are running for reelection or people running for election would have run for election not knowing whether they would have a 2-year term or a 4-year term.
So that's why I want us to answer the 3 main questions, right?
from a council's perspective, because I personally don't feel like I have a clear understanding of where we're landing in terms of 4-year terms, yay or nay, staggered, yay or nay, or some combination of those, and starting when. And then the remaining question is, do we want to use a referendum as an advisory tool? But that may be contingent on how we ultimately land on some of the other 3 questions that are still outstanding. And so that's why I kind of need to get a better understanding of council members' thoughts, so that we can work collaboratively to figure out what is the right way to, not just through the, of course we have the public hearing, but if the idea is actually we think it would be better as a council if we were going to do 4-year terms to align it with the federal election. So that means something like that wouldn't kick in for another term. And so then that would mean, okay, if there are residents that we still want to get that feedback from, we could have an advisory referendum on the ballot that would give us that feedback, but it would be the next council's choice to move forward with it or not, right? Those are the kinds of things, which is why I'm really trying to force us into a discussion where I can get a firmer handle on these thoughts around these 3 pieces, because I think once we're kind of thinking through logistically the answers to those as a council, naturally some of these other components in terms of the approach will start to present themselves as well, right? So let's start with 4-year terms. What are thoughts around a 4-year term? Councilmember Schlegel, I saw your light first.
Yeah, my light was on already. I wanted to put a pin in the question about the advisory referendum, because a lot of residents have been asking, so can the council ignore the results of an advisory referendum? And I've said, yeah, I believe they can.
They're non-binding.
Yeah, okay. So, which for some people then they're saying, well, why would you even do an advisory referendum? Because all it does is it kicks it to the next council to decide. So I just wanted to raise that as a concern some people have said. And those people who said that said that if you were going to do a referendum, make it binding. I agree. I agree with the 3 main ideas that you're proposing to talk about. For me, to get the ball rolling on 4-year terms, from the beginning, from when I decided to run, I've just said that accountability is a very key factor for me. And I feel that accountability is stronger with a 2-year term. So there are a lot of other things that are on my mind, but I think just to get the ball rolling and not take too much of my time, I'll just say that.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember Lamon?
I have heard from more people about this topic than anything except stop sign cameras, about which there is an unlimited supply of opinion. But literally not a single person that has written to me has been supportive of changing to a 4-year term. And I have heard from a lot of people in Ward 1 and some people outside of Ward 1 who have, I think, written to the council at large. I don't think the council at large has gotten any pro 4-year terms that I can think of, or at least I don't recall seeing any. But if I'm wrong, I stand corrected. But clearly in my ward, the majority of people do not see a crying need for this. And they feel, as Councilmember Schlegel said, they feel that they get their accountability from their council member by having a 2-year term. And I agree with that. It is a lot of trouble to run for office, but it's a lot of trouble to be in office too. And people want to know what you're doing. And I also think that from the standpoint of recruiting new potential candidates, that recruiting people for a 4-year term is more difficult because it's a very long time commitment to make for somebody who hasn't done it before, especially. And I feel that we have had quite a bit of turnover, but that is emblematic of a couple of things. One, that we've had people who served for a really long time and only stop serving when they choose to step down. And then we had other situations in which the voters decided that they wanted to change. And I think that we have a very strong power of incumbency associated with being in office, and that a four-year term would make it even more of a challenge for newcomers to take on existing candidates who chose to run again, and that it's already difficult enough to be challenging an incumbent. So to my mind, that's another reason why a four-year term makes it more inequitable for new candidates who want to come in. I am very sensitive to the issues that Councilmember Dibala has identified with the difficulty of running elections. I heard our city clerk say it's kind of fun if it's a lot of work, but whatever happens, I feel that we as a council need to tackle the challenges that we have with having adequate election board membership and recruitment for that, and encouragement of people to participate in that, especially younger people. And we shouldn't move to a four-year term to solve that problem. We need to solve that problem regardless for all of our elections. And Mayor Searcy, you raised a really important issue about immigrant voting and non-citizen voting. And we also have had the issue of whether we could do ranked choice voting, more inexpensively by merging with the county. Hopefully, we'll solve that problem through the changes that we're making at the state legislative level, which will enable Montgomery County to pick up the cudgel, and we'll have lots of company of other municipalities doing it. With respect to non-citizens voting, I think there is going to be a solution through mail-in voting for those who still want to vote, for whom this is a very real problem because of the questions on the citizenship application, where people who say they voted could be at risk. And so there's a great deal of hesitation right now for non-citizens voting, which is understandable. But I think potentially we could solve that problem for the elections board without having to, continue to run separate elections ourselves. I think there are solutions we could find for that through mail-in voting. So of the small number of people that would cover. So I don't see any really strong barriers to remaining at a two-year term based upon the election board issues. I feel like we should solve those in a different manner than changing to a four-year election term. And as for the point about needing to onboard people, we had a lot of changes. We had a new city manager. We had a new time frame for doing our budgeting this last year because we were in a period of transition. So maybe it was more difficult than usual. But there is a history of people coming into and moving out of elected positions, and we need a system that makes it possible for people to do that competently. Hopefully, we won't elect people who don't know what the heck they're doing when they walk in the door at all. But I again don't feel that is a rationale for essentially holding people for a longer period of time. And just one last thing I'll say is that people, if we do move forward with a vote on this, it has been by many people described as like a power grab for us to vote ourselves into a four-year term. It's problematic for me that we would do that in one fell swoop. If we were to make this happen, my recommendation would be that any vote that we take, whether it's in a referendum format or if it's a charter format, that there is a pause between when this would be enacted and when the people who would benefit, if you want to call it that, from the enactment would take office, so that at least people could vote us out if they're mad that we went from a two-year to a four-year term, and they wouldn't be, essentially requiring, allowing that to happen without a way to, the same way we don't vote ourselves a raise. We wait until the next council comes into office before any raise takes effect. I think that same type of principle should apply here. Thank you for indulging me for speaking so long.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Wessler.
Thank you. I have two big buckets, so I'm just trying to think. Kind of piggybacking off what you just were saying, Councilmember Landman, one of the things that, obviously, if we had less frequent elections, it would cost less in money and people time. Like, that's just obvious, right? And I think also it's obvious, or should be, that if someone is in a job longer, they have more experience. Like, I think that that's just true. Like, any job in your first year, anywhere, it's a lot of learning. So I think that I don't think we should just that's just the way it is. I'm not saying that's enough to mean to do a 4-year term, but I just like that's pretty plain. I do think that we all would, the council would be able to work more efficiently if folks had more experience and time to do things, because that's just the way it is with anything. I pulled out, I pulled out all the recent election reports, especially the postmortem after 2024 that the Board of Election presented to us in October, because I really wanted to refresh my mind on what they had highlighted as the priorities. So I just want to point out just a couple things and then share my comments on that. One is that, you know, the first thing they have of critical priorities is election sustainability and staffing, and about developing a sustainable staffing model, considering hiring more people, more recruitment, okay? And then there's other things, but I'm just talking about the ones that I feel like are relevant to this term length discussion. The medium priorities, one of them is election administration review. And the first bullet there says, evaluate the feasibility of moving elections to off-year cycles or adjusting term lengths to 4 years and weighing voter turnout against administrative benefits. And then I'll just read one more thing and tie it together, which then immediate actions required that the Board of Elections asked us to address before the 2026 election cycle. There's three, and one is provide guidance on the city's priorities regarding even year versus odd year elections. So I just wanted to say, you know, there is a lot to consider, but I feel very strongly about us sticking to even year. I think that's almost been an assumption with this conversation because we're talking about 2 and 4 years, but they explicitly asked about odd years, so I feel like we need to say that so it's not like later we go, oh, maybe we do a year buffer and then we run again or something. So anyway, I feel very strongly about voting on the even years because the turnout is just so much stronger. And I know, we all know 2020 was an anomaly in many ways, and that we did the mail-in ballot option. But I mean, I literally looked at how many votes were counted in Ward 6, and it's been more than double since we've moved to the even years. And I know a big chunk of that is the mail-in, but another big chunk is the even year. Like, that's when people are paying attention. And like, let's be real, like local government races is pretty low priority for a lot of folks. So I'm trying to figure out how we can make this a sustainable model, but have it stay in November on even years, because I think that is key to us getting higher turnout, and that is really, really important. And I don't have answers yet on that, but that's the framework, that's the lens I'm looking at it from.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselak. Councilmember Honzak?
I think Councilmember Wesselak summed up precisely what I felt like I was going to say in a slightly different way. In other words, I want to solve the problems that have been laid out before us by the Board of Elections. And then I personally, as the council member for Ward 5, and also just looking at the whole city, am very concerned about equity issues and voter turnout. Now so in that way, I land on I'm on the fence. Okay, that's the big picture is I'm on the fence still, but I'm seeing those issues in the room. And then the other thing, though, that's bothering me, that makes me not be sure that I would go with a yes vote on this one is will I, for example, be able to convince anybody to run for my seat with a 4-year term? That is a real consideration, and that's the other major equity concern. However, if I were sitting here today and trying to convince somebody, and I want to be clear, I have tried, this is not Ward 1, 2, or 3, maybe, I don't know which other wards anybody would throw in that bucket, but this is not a coveted position, people. Okay, not in my ward. It's beg, plead, kiss my feet, and tell me what you're going to do to help me, okay? And by the way, you're going to make less than minimum wage even though you don't make enough money to pay for your housing anyway in my neighborhood, okay? So nobody in my ward is going to accuse me of trying to do a power grab. I have to laugh. I'm sorry. I had to beg people to try to run for this position. A power grab. Are you kidding me?
I'm not saying it's rational.
No, I know. I'm just saying, are you kidding me to the people who are saying that? I mean, let's look at the whole city. This is not going to be a power grab. I get that there are some really big issues in our city and we all don't see eye to eye, but it is hardly a power grab. It is a major sacrifice for anybody who's sitting up here in service. So, I think that what the election board has laid out are really, really important issues, and sadly, I'm not convinced that we have other good answers, because a lot of the same folks that are pushing back on this, I've heard them be equally concerned, if not more so, about money. And we don't have a lot of revenue diversification ideas for the city, and we definitely aren't living in times of plenty. And so I see this as one pathway to solve a number of issues that are before us that we know will work on some important fronts. So the only thing that's keeping me up at night is really, okay, could I convince somebody to run? And honestly, I need to go out and do some pulse surveying on that. And then I will pulse survey as well, because I have a pretty good, I have like 600 plus people on my distribution list out of, I'm not sure how many adult people, but 2,400 people in Ward 5 on my email list alone. So I can probably get a pretty good response. I haven't made a big to-do about this issue and haven't heard a single peep from anybody in Ward 5 yet, which says something too. So, but yeah, I just don't know. And so I will go out and I will come back with some more feelings about this. I wanted to be a little clearer on the narrative that I would like to present and make sure I've captured all the issues well before I try to tell it from my perspective in the least biased way to my residents. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Gilbert.
Yeah, I guess I'll weigh in. I'm sorry I missed the last discussion a couple of weeks ago, so I've been trying to catch up and trying to gain an understanding of where we are. And it, based on what I've read and discussions that I've had, it sounds to me that the most pressing need is to support the Board of Elections and their ask that, just that they need the assistance, they need the for these elections. So it sounds to me like having them every 4 years so we can compound the monies and put them into that election every 4 years may help. That's one way. So that was my thought is, okay, go 4 years. As far as which year, I haven't gotten any response from anybody in Ward 4. I don't know that they given it that much concern, or put it that way. As far as my thoughts, before I decided to run, it wasn't about how long, right? And this is public service, as Councilmember Honzak said. This is not about power at all, anything to that degree. It's public service. And I've done that for many years, so it wasn't about how many years I'm going to do it. And I would hope that anybody else that's thinking about doing this isn't thinking about that either, how long it's going to be. 2 or 4 years, it wouldn't have mattered. But I was just wondering if we're going to do 4 years and say someone is failing miserably, or needs to move away, or gets burnt out, we need to have a expeditious process for removing them. We need to have that less restrictive language for removing someone that's failing the public miserably, and some language that will allow for us to replace them fast. So those are the things I think we need to give consideration to. But whether it's 2 years or 4 years, it doesn't matter. But it sounds like the Board of Elections really needs us to spread this out a little bit if we don't have the budget to give to them, so they can do it every 2 years effectively and comfortably.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, I'll keep this brief because I've probably had more chance to talk about this than anybody else. I said earlier that that I am hearing from Ward 2 residents. Thank you very much. Keep those cards and letters coming and come on Monday. But it's not one way or the other. It's what are the problems we're trying to solve? And several of you have already spoken to that, backed up to say, you know, we need to help we need to have sustainable, strong, dependable elections. What do we need to do for that? It's been put to us. We need to deal with it. We can't just buck it down the road 2 more years. How can we make being a council member more effective? Again, it's been brought to us. It's on us to deal with it, I think. And all the things that folks at this end of the table have said about some of the reasons to consider 4 years, I agree with. I've been given a lot of thought to the question of accountability, and I had come out pretty much where Councilmember Gilbert came out, that that we need to revisit some of these questions of replacement and of removal and replacement, and they're painful. But we did talk about it the last council, and we have had some thoughts about this. So that if we are going to reduce accountability, electoral accountability, by which I think people mean not criminal behavior, but I don't agree with you, so I want to vote against you. But we also need to make sure that if a council member is stepping out of the bounds, that we have some controls over that. So I've been doing a lot of work on that. I won't get into it right now. To the mayor's, the other thing that no one has mentioned so far tonight is the policy continuation. I got, several of us got an email, apparently not everybody, got an email from I'll circulate it, from a resident who talked about that, about the issue of many of the issues we work on, you don't get done in 2 years, and you certainly don't get done in the year you have after you learn what you're doing and before you're spending half of your time, understandably, talking with voters about whether or not you're going to get reelected. Of course, that's part of the job. But in the middle between those two, there's not a lot of time. And so the continuation of the policies is really important to me. To the mayor's other 2 questions, which were staggered. I'm not a fan of staggered, but I'm the only one who's brought that up, so maybe we just won't get into that right now, rather than my going into details on that. I think it's worth I like midterm, if there are going to be 4-year elections, I like midterms rather than presidential, which is how we got to this, do it for 2026. Is it worth considering doing it for 2030? Just putting that out there. Is it worth it considering doing it for 2028 in a presidential election year? Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just as, maybe it doesn't matter. I think that's it. Did I miss a question?
Nope, I think you've gotten them all.
Okay. Start when? I think I just said that.
We were
2026.
going one at a
Yeah, we
time.
were doing one at a, we
Oh,
were focusing
okay.
on
Never
4-year.
mind.
She just did them all, it's okay. So I will just kind of, when I am thinking about 4-year terms, yea or nay, I agree with my colleagues, like, this is not a power grab. I think it is at all, no way. I do think about figuring out some way to make our elections less burdensome for our Board of Elections. I do think about the practicalities of bringing a council together and a team together so that you can gel to actually do the things you need to do and how much time that takes for that to happen. I've heard a lot of people talking about getting people to run. I will say, you know, when you are running for mayor and you are running at large, you have to raise a lot of money. You have to do it fast.
And that can be a barrier if you have to do it every 2 years. And so that is something that I'm also trying to keep in mind. The fact that, you know, not knowing exactly what I was getting into in terms of running my first campaign for mayor, I did not realize how much money you need up front for printing and door knocking and all of that. I did not understand how much money you truly need to have the flyers, to sign up, to have the booths, to, you know, to print the signs. Like, it is a pretty decent cost that it takes to run an election at large, and you hope to get enough people that have faith in you to contribute to your campaign. But I can easily see how doing that every 2 years can be really hard. That said, my priority continues to be more efficient, cost-effective elections. And as I started this conversation, whether we do it through a 4-year term or not, whether we put more money into the budget so that Board of Elections can hire additional staffing support, whether it's through, I heard like staggering is not a fave, but that is also an approach to reduce the number of ballots they have to try to count. We will have to still figure out some way to address the challenges that the Board of Elections has brought before us. I'm still a little, I'm having done this for a while, I think 4-year terms are just a lot more practical when it comes to learning the role, getting all of the information you need, learning who all of the players are, being able to be more effective in terms of your ability to do the work. It is hard if you have not just turnover, not just your own questioning whether or not you're going to run again every 2 years, which is exhausting. If I was locked in for 2 years, for 4 years, it wouldn't even be a question. Am I going to run again? You're locked in. But for dealing with a potential level of volatility on your council, because you have to have enough of the vote, to try to push the things that you want. And that sometimes takes time to build, that I think that it just from a practical standpoint of seeing this a few times now, I could see how a 4-year term could be just practically easier for folks from an implementation standpoint, from a staff resource standpoint. I could just see that being a lot easier for people to do. So I see Councilmember Schlegel, I see your light.
Yes, thank you. So I guess everybody's gotten to speak once, right?
On the floor.
On the floor. So if there's still time and we can just respond to what other people said, I think that's like a nice dialogue. Just one general notion is that I don't think that public service and power are mutually exclusive. Like, it is a fact that we're given power in being elected to this job. We make decisions that affect people's lives. So I'm not saying that it's a power grab, but I think we have to admit that the job comes with responsibility and thus power, and it's different from just volunteering for a nonprofit or something. Although those have power too. I heard what Councilmember Westlake, what you said about the in the job longer means more experience. And in my observation of this council, I don't have statistics over the time I've lived in Tacoma Park since like 2001, 2002. It seems like most people who wanted to continue after 2 years either were unopposed or won their reelection campaign. So that the 2-year term is kind of, it's a shakedown period for some people. I know that in Ward 3, like Rizzi Qureshi needed to move, I think, or had a career change after 2 years. It's kind of a shakedown period where they can see if they really want to do this work and can, and then it's potentially a shakedown period for voters or opposition candidates when they haven't, that incumbent hasn't built up like years of experience that they can hold forward and saying, you don't want somebody fresh coming in here. So I think that might be something to think about. To the Board of Elections points that everyone's making, like I totally agree that we need to look closely at what the Board of Elections is saying and consider that to be the problem that we're trying to solve. So I'm not entirely convinced that changing the length of terms is the way to solve the problems they've identified. For example, just a hypothetical, if you have elections every 4 years, then you might have a more rested up Board of Elections, or you might have a rustier Board of Elections, or some people were no longer experienced, some people were coming on new because other people had dropped off and there was less continuity and institutional knowledge in the group. Let me see if there's anything else that, I don't want to take too much of my time, so I'll just pause there.
No problem. Councilmember Honzak?
Yeah, I just want to answer the other questions that the mayor put before us. I'm not sure if I have them all, but I guess I'm a little bit in contrast to you, Councilmember DeBala, because you said you really support midterm versus presidential. I really support presidential versus midterm. Yeah, just to be clear, I guess my observation has been that because of the extremely low historical voter turnout in wards such as mine, including some others, that that is one of the few times where we can rely on people paying enough attention to get the vote, to get people to vote, even if it's a mail-out ballot, or maybe even more so if it's a mail-out ballot. I don't think we would get as much in a midterm. I also think that, just to be frank with my colleagues, I think 3 years is ideal in terms of what people are signing up for when you hit the ground running. What's perfect to hit all the marks in terms of the candidacy, the job, knowing the job, getting some things done, building team. However, I don't think 3 years is good because I don't think that it worked historically well for voter turnout and all the other things that I think we need to weigh here. So therefore, that again, it's pushing me more towards the 4-year term. The staggered, I'm not a fan of staggered. But as Councilmember Schlegel just said, it is important that we focus, when we're thinking about the Board of Elections, what are the problems they've laid out and what are some of the solutions? Well, staggered would be another way to get at, this with a 4-year term, possibly to reduce the, the monetary outlay and whatever. But I think that would confuse the public and not in a good way. So, whoops, excuse me, that's where I think I am on all that. I think I've hit all the marks. I did forget to mention, accountability is something that concerns me. And again, I think it sounds like maybe, DeBala, I'm just going to imagine some of the things you might be thinking about. It would be another thing that might, when I finally take my own vote on these issues, that'd be another major issue that I'm kind of thinking about. How do we deal with that effectively? Because it is something we have to have some efficient measures to deal with. And another issue that's an elephant in the room for me is just the fact that I continue to believe that the compensation itself, even in spite of the fact that this is public service, is not adequate. And so it's not adequate to remunerate the kinds of candidates that I would like to see being able to run and being able to be motivated to run. So seriously outside of the box solutions to get at that could be, for example, to reduce the overall size of our council from 7 to 5, take some of those funds and put them, increase compensation per council member. And, that is such a big bucket that I'm opening up there. I'm just throwing that out there because to me, that's another elephant in the room, particularly as we look at 4-year terms and say, hey, who wants to sign up for this?
Thank you. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, a couple things I forgot to say the first time around, or that respond to what folks have just said. I do have some more information, and I do have some data. I didn't look at individual wards, but I could, Kara, with you, look at the impact of, there have been 3 elections since we went to the even years, and 2 were presidential, and 1 was midterm. And there's not a significant difference in the 3 of them. Now that I'm looking at citywide, 4 specific wards that have lower turnout to start with, it would be interesting to take a look. And we could, because we have the numbers.
I'll just, I printed out, I made my own little graph for Ward 6. So I'll just kind of pass it down if that's helpful as an
I
example.
wanted to give this to Roger, because this is the, what I gave to you.
Okay. So I
That's
just
your-
want to make sure that,
What
so
says.
it sounds
Wait,
like.
I'm sorry, I
Oh, go
wasn't
ahead. Go right ahead.
done.
Go ahead.
So as far as turnout, that's turnout. As far as council turnover, it's actually a little different from what we might have thought. So the pattern seems to be, for the most part, Arthur David Olson's range being from less than 2 years to 23 years. That's not particularly helpful, although it's interesting. But it tends to be that 2 or 3 people turnover, then the next year 0 or 1, then the next year 2 or 3, next election 2 or 3 people, then nobody or 1. So there seems to be a tendency, and I can type this up and send it around, there seems to be a tendency for people to hang around for a couple of terms if they are reelected. The number of folks who have been turned out of office is really quite small. You have to go back to the 80s to find the kind of change that we had in the last couple of terms, where 4 council members got replaced a couple times. So that's just sort of interesting. There's not a lot of people who try it out for 2 years and then stop. There are quite a few people who go for 4 or 6 years and then stop. So just saying what the numbers, since you asked, what the numbers show. And to the question of recruitment, so there's not a lot of folks to ask, but I did ask a couple of communities that have switched from 2 to 4 years. How has this impacted your ability to recruit recruit members, and how has it candidates, and how has it impacted your ability to recruit diverse candidates? And to my surprise, the answer I got, anecdotal and only 2 places, was it actually improved it. So I don't know how useful that is, because we're unique. Every community is unique, but it didn't. I didn't get the answer I was expecting, and that Councilmember Honzak was fearing. So for whatever that's worth, and so that's mostly what I wanted to say right now, was to just pass on some of the information that I dug out in thinking about this over the last couple weeks. And again, I can type this up and send this around for y'all to ponder.
So I'm going to pass this down. This is the Ward 6 data. Councilmember DeBala, are you done?
I am, thank you,
Okay.
sorry.
Councilmember Westlake.
Thanks. I just wanted to throw out two points. One of the other medium priorities in the 2024 Board of Elections report is address persistent voter confusion about the separation between municipal and state/federal elections. I'm just throwing that out there to share that. And then I'm trying to piece together, like, I think it's when Councilmember Schlager talking about if we would 2 years to 4 years and the potential of like institutional loss of the workers, volunteers and such. I think, which is a valid point. I think though that if we go from 2 year to 4 year elections, it means that, and we kept budgeting the same amount, it means that we would stockpile more so that we could pay more people to help when we do have the elections. That's kind of my understanding. So, and then that means we're moving into a space where maybe our elections are administered by half volunteers and half paid staff. You know, like these are the things. You know, just thinking that through.
Could I just respond to that very quickly? So I guess just to hear what you're saying, we may want to be careful that we know whether we're talking about trying to save money on the cost of elections or trying to bundle money on the cost of elections. Yeah, okay.
And I think, I hear you, Councilmember Schlegel, but I think the root is volunteers or staffing is money, right? Like, so either we could lower the workload, which is less frequent elections, but if we choose, because they also suggested it on the off years, right? If we choose to stay, let's say, with the presidential, let's say we decide, okay, well, I'm going to make all of this up. Don't kill me. We're going to put it out there in the referendum. It's 4-year term started in 2028. I'm making this completely up. The big issue would still remain that the Board of Elections would still be competing with volunteers needed for other polling places. And so there would be fewer elections, but that still wouldn't mean that there wouldn't be a need for additional volunteers. I know I personally drove people who thought that they could vote at the community center for the last presidential election. I put people in my car and drove them to the rec center. So there is confusion when we sync up with, for example, the presidential or the midterms. That requires more staff to be available to help support the elections. So it means fewer elections, which means you have more money to pump into a single election, but it also means that you may need, depending on how we decide the scheduling, you may need that money because you need more volunteers and more people to kind of help with some of that confusion that people were having, that I've seen happen multiple times with thinking that they can vote in the state and federal elections in the same place where they're voting for the city. Councilmember DeBala, is that a new light?
Yes, but am I really it? It can't possibly be true.
I do really quickly, because it seems like there's one thing that we can kind of cut off the list. It seems like people are not into the staggered approach. I'm seeing heads nod, okay?
Yeah, can I say something real quick about it?
Yeah.
The staggered approach, just to get it on the record, what it means is that forever and ever, the mayor election is at the same time as 3 of the ward elections, but not the other 3 ward elections. So it means that 3 wards might be seen as kind of like jockeying for potentially running for mayor, and 3 would not be seen. I mean, you know, it's just
It
it's kind of
doesn't
weird.
have to be that way.
Really? How do you do it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, depending on the term lengths, right? some people could say, oh, but then people would still be voting a lot. Some people would say, hey, you break off the mayor because the only at-large person, and then you have the wards some other time. That might make it a little easier because they only have to deal with one race versus all of the others. Or you could split it and then have the split of the wards and the mayor with someone else. So it depends. I think what they were talking about was kind of splitting it where the mayor goes with one group of the ward races, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. I've heard some communities do things a little different in terms of how they split up the staggered. We're also unique in that, well, we're not that unique, but there's a lot of communities, there's some communities that where everyone is elected at large, which makes the staggering easier. I heard one community when they moved over to the 4-year term, they received some feedback that residents were afraid that they were going to be stuck with a dud, so to speak, for 4 years. And so the way that they staggered it was they said, okay, everyone's at large. The people who get the highest 3 vote getters, they go to a 4-year term. Everyone else is at 2 until the next cycle. So that's how they kind of staggered it. So
it's even more dizzying.
people do some really interesting things with staggering, but if there's no appetite, I don't even want to waste time. If there's no real appetite for that level of distinction, or we think it's just going to be too complex, then we just take that off the table. And then what we're really talking about is 4-year term, yay or nay, and when. And it sounds like there's a desire to keep it on the even. So is it midterm or presidential? And then there's still the question that would be left about whether or not the council makes the decision based on its authority, or whether or not the council puts it on a referendum. Councilmember DeBala, I see your light.
I'm gonna have to remember what it was.
You want me to go ahead of you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, actually, it's Councilmember Honzak that's next.
I just want to make a quick point because I think it's worth remembering that in last year's election report that mail-in voting was the primary way that voters voted, with 89.7%, that's like 9 out of 10 voters, mailed their mail-in ballots back to the city or dropped them mail-in. So what that says to me, though, is that, only 10% of voters needed that day, same day, volunteer/paid people on that day. I'm not saying that's the only kind, not by any means is that the only kind of people that we need, but that's important if we're thinking about a presidential year, right? I think we have established a behavior here. We're proud of it, and we did a good job, and so it's great and worth the money.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Lamon.
Just quickly, 2 things. One, you mentioned the idea of at-large representation, and I believe, I can't tell you when this was, but I believe the city moved in the opposite direction from being at-large to being ward-based on purpose to address the concern about representation not being from all over the city. So I don't think that's a solution that...
No, I wasn't
Yeah.
proposing at large. I was bringing that up as an example of how other communities did staggered, and they were able to do that because they were all at large. So I was not in any way implying that we should all go at large. I was just making the point that there's a number of communities that have staggered elections, and they have some flexibility to do things a little different because they're at large.
Right. I'm just flagging the reason why it's impracticable
I'm fully
for us.
aware.
And I think you already knew that, but I just, in case our vast viewership at home is not aware, I just wanted to remind the younger voters who may not have been here for that. And now I have a question which has to do with the possibility in the not-too-distant future that the obstacles that we faced in merging our ballot with county ballots might be eliminated. Am I right in thinking that possibility exists and that could potentially affect the burden on our local election board in some way?
well, to the
I
clerk.
can say, it's my opinion that it would exist if, assuming the council wanted to maintain ranked choice voting, it would exist if Montgomery County wasn't able to and chose to go to ranked choice voting.
So
That
that
would make it
legislation is
possible.
pending now in the state legislature that would potentially authorize the county. Doesn't necessarily mean the county will go that route. But, the movement to have the change made in the law suggests that there is, and we know there's a whole ranked choice voting movement out there that we have been supporting actively. And so this could be potentially a relatively short-term challenge that we face to have this separate ballot. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. And putting aside the question of whether we could have a mail-in ballot specifically for immigrant voters who are not citizens to address that specific local challenge, would we otherwise potentially have the problem, or is for, I guess, also for under 18s? But that represents a very small number of our total votership. And so this is, I guess, a question for you, City Clerk Carpenter. Thank you.
Yes, the other thing, there is a process for having a municipal election on the state ballot. One of the pieces of that process is amending our schedule to meet their schedule. So whereas our ballots get finalized after the nominating caucus, the state ballots are finalized much earlier than that, for instance. So we would have to change things. We could not maintain everything the same. We would have to do some serious calendar changes with that as well. And not that it's a bad idea, but it would be different.
And City Clerk, some of the legislation in Annapolis right now are also related to the technology itself, right? So we wouldn't necessarily have to get on the county ballot if we had readers that could also, that the technology or the machines could process ranked choice ballots as well. Is that not correct?
We already
do?
have that, and we'll have that in our upcoming election.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because there's been a number of bills in Annapolis right now around the technology itself. Okay. All right.
Councilmember DeBala, is that on light?
Well, I'd like to speak.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. So similar to thinking again about what are the problems that we're trying to fix and what are the alternatives to fixing them. If the 4-year terms either isn't popular or doesn't fix these problems, even if we do like it. So the non-citizen vote and the youth vote are two areas that I think maybe we could get a little feedback from the election board on when they meet again, and then I would like to get some feedback from them about this coming election and what specifically they think they need. Because those are both small but important segments of our voter population. And I would be remiss in representing Ward 2 if I didn't mention what are the alternatives to youth engagement if we go to 4-year terms, and how would we, what other things could we do to engage youth voters, to engage youth in the electoral system that happen to fall outside of they're 16 and 17, but not in the right 2 years. Yeah. So that's I think that's a solvable concern, but I had to bring it up. So if there are other thoughts about what the alternatives are and how we could take it, how we could take action on them, I would really be interested either tonight or just by email to hear from other council members on these couple of problems that we are trying to solve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Schlegel?
Thanks. I suppose you could allow 14 and 15-year-olds to vote. I'm just doing the math. never even thought about that. I wanted to check, did we kind of blow past the question about odd year elections? Because I have heard from a number of residents who surprisingly to me have said, "Oh, I've never dropped this. Like, I think we should have stuck with odd year elections because it distinguishes us as a nonpartisan election, and you know, and does away with any of that voter confusion about all the stuff coming in the mail or getting dropped off at the door." So I just wondered whether that is still open for discussion.
It is. It is.
Okay. All right. We may hear some things at the hearing about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know Councilmember Westlake read out that the Board of Elections suggested moving back to odd, but there was guidance on that. But there were definitely folks who are of the mind that voter turnout might be better on the evens.
Yeah, and I think that we'll never be able to tease apart whether voter turnout went up because of the even shift or the mail shift.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what if we went to odd years again, and it was just our own local election, no confusion about anything else going on, and something came in the mail, and we had 90% mail-in ballots. I wonder how turnout would be. And it's a funny story. When I was campaigning in 2020, there was a building that would not let me in because to campaign, and they said, "You're a Republican. We're not letting a Republican in our building." And I was like, "Well, I'm not, but I'm not even supposed to say that." It was really weird. But it was the even year thing, the assumption that a lot of people's assumptions are that we are partisans running, and they ask you at the door, "Are you Democrat or Republican?" That's the first thing I want to know. So.
Councilmember Honzak.
I just wanted to address a few of the issues that have just come up. On the aligning our ballots with the Montgomery County ballots, all the issues have been brought up, but one of the things that strikes me is that I know that we have protections for voter data, but if we were to move to that model, it seems like it becomes exceedingly clear which of the ballots are probably immigrants. I mean, like at this moment, if you ask our clerk who is an immigrant, she couldn't tell you even if she wanted to. She just has addresses for people in the city that are voters. But if we had to do it that way, you'd see who was not a county voter and who was a city voter, and then it would bring up that question. It wouldn't be absolute one-to-one. But I don't like that. It makes me very, very uncomfortable. Just so it's like, for me, I just throw that out right at the moment. Anyway, that said, everybody knows how passionate I am about immigrants being able to vote. My own husband got to vote here back in the day when he wasn't a citizen. But I mean, if I had to guess based on the people who have actually talked to me about this, who are immigrants themselves, and the one guy who'd lived here for 12 years who came to me asking if he could please vote in this year's election and how could he do it, and here were his concerns, it makes me think that we have almost like a really negligible number of these voters, if any. And I'm dead serious. I'm sorry, everybody. But it's a beautiful thing that we have. It's a beautiful concept. I'm not a believer that it's really got a lot of takers. I like the fact that people have the right to do it. We have a lot of things to solve there. The youth engagement, however, to me is a big deal. And I think as colleague Westlake just passed me a note to say, have we engaged the youth council, council member Duvall? Did we get their feedback from them about this issue? So that could be something any of us could take on.
Yeah, they were briefed on the topic, and they were invited to come to the hearing or submit
on the
testimony,
pub-
so
okay.
we wouldn't have it yet. because-
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you for that clarification. I think all of us will be delighted to hear that, but I love the question that you threw out, Councilmember Dabala, which is, well, if we were to move to this model, then what are the alternatives to keeping youth engaged? And I would, of course, our number one responders to that question would be folks like our youth council to give us ideas on that, but I think we've had some really interesting ideas too that we've been thinking of. I'd love to hear what they think about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Wesselak.
Thank you. I did a lot of printing today. The 2017 election report has a chart on non-citizen turnout. I think that we don't call it quite that anymore. It's more you're registered with us and not with the state. But if you want to get an indicator, that's with the odd years to get a sense. I think I said this before, but I want to say again, I definitively am very in favor of even year elections, very against odd year elections. I know that makes a lot of the challenges bigger, but the turnout to me is just too important, too critical. I mean, I think of myself 10 years ago. I wasn't paying attention to the local races. Like it's just not top of mind for a lot of people. And I just want to make sure that we're still getting the feedback from as many people as possible. And if that means maximize, I can't think of the right word, maximizing what's already out there, take advantage of that, because like my little graph I sent around, I mean, in 2017 in Ward 6, there was about 300 votes, and in 2020, there was 726. Now, that was in Ward 6. Yep, in Ward 6. And that's when we started the mail-in ballots, which I think is huge. Also, this was the only of these here, an uncontested race. There's every other race had at least 2 candidates on the ballot. So it's way more than double. Like that can't only be the mail-in ballot. It's the mail-in ballot and being at a time when people are thinking about their civic obligations. So just making that clear about where I feel on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselak. Councilmember Schlegel.
Oh dear, did I forget? Come back to me.
You're the last one. Councilmember Landman is saying.
Would you read the numbers, Councilmember Westlake, that you had for the non-citizen voting? I believe the number was like 17.
Actually,
72
I
people
would
or
love to correct my record. I was just asking Councilmember Westlake, do we have 2020 and 24? We don't have that number, right? I know, I don't remember seeing that number. Yeah, I don't think we did that, right, for obvious. Oh, okay, that's what I was assuming. I was like, how did we get this data? Okay, I did not realize that we had this in the past. Okay, so it shows from 1993 to 2017 a maximum of 72 actual voters on any given year, and that was, but it's a fascinating pattern. It goes kind of up back in 1993, 1997, although it dropped down in between, and then it goes down and starts to climb up again in 2017. So at the low, it was in 2007 with just 10 non-citizen voters. But the high was 72. I'll pass it down, but just for the public too. There are 71 and 72 non-citizen voters in 2015 and 2017. We don't have that number for 2020 and 24, but I'm going to guess that it would have been less probably. But since I stand corrected. Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Yeah, it isn't, but it's interesting to look at if you want to take a look.
Awesome. All right, Councilmember Schlegel, do you remember now?
I think it's just an observation that test elections bring out more voters, as you said, and ranked choice voting is bringing out more contested elections. And if you've been in a 3-person race, it's a totally different dynamic because you don't have to talk someone at their door out of voting for the person they favor. you still can have a great conversation. It's wonderful for community engagement in that sense. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, that's the last light. So, as a reminder, we have the public hearing on Monday. Staggered terms is out, so at least we've reached some kind of step forward. And then we will hear more from our residents and have another work session next week. So again, keep those ideas. I'll try to reach out to folks over the course of the next week or so to get a better idea of where folks are leaning so that we can prepare some language for everybody to review. All right. Thank you all so much. Have a great night.